All right, I think there we go. Oh, geez. Okay, there we go. How's it going? Welcome, everybody. Hold on a second. Think making sure that this is all good. Do I sound okay? Is everything seemingly going well? We're pretty good to get started, I think. What's up, Wayward Paladin, Matt Yee? Good to see you. Spires rework, spoilers. If I had some to tell you, I probably would. Glass Princess, what's going on? I was with me. This awesome, very cool. Welcome in. Hope everyone's having a good weekend leading up into the holiday for those who celebrate. Yeah, I'm really excited because I've been feverishly working on my own Weaver Quartz for my league and everything. I even kit bashed some stuff last night for it. I'm really excited. And today we're going to be painting the Gevra Knights. And I know that I've made sure to study to make sure I got the pronunciation right, because it's spelled Gemred, right? So Gemred would be like my natural inclination to pronounce it, but apparently it's pronounced Gevra. So, very, very excited about doing some Gevra Knights. And if you guys don't follow Matt Yee, another awesome Twitch streamer here on, Twitch. And Conquest's biggest fan next to me. But yeah, I'm sure you all have seen the awesome new Spires pre-orders and stuff that are out now. They were teased at the last happy hour, but we finally got the reveals. I'm very excited. We were this close to painting a Devourer this stream, but maybe on the next one, I hope. But that's okay. We got some awesome Weaver stuff in, but also I was given special permission to reveal a little bit of a special Colors of Conquest painting competition. In addition to the standard one that we'll do the reveals. Well, not really the reveals. We'll show off who won Colors of Conquest for the month of November at the end of the stream, as we typically do. It's not going to be revealed this time because they had to post them ahead of time to get ready for the holidays. But I do have a special little announcement instead, which I may as well. I feel like I should probably just share now, shouldn't I? Unless you guys think I should save it. No, let's go ahead and do it. Okay, hold on. Make sure I'm on the right thing here. I don't want to get the Colors of Conquest ones up. Oh, there we go. Well, right, just jumping right into it. So, this is the first place you will hear about this. It is going to be officially announced, I believe, well, here, but out. Other than that, it's going to be put all over the place, aside from that, next week. So this is your first time hearing about it, but they are doing a Weaver Quartz specific painting competition going from December 26th through February 14th. There's going to be multiple categories and exclusive prizes, which I'm very excited about. I don't think I'm allowed to enter, though, unfortunately, but I'm still excited to paint up some Weaver Quartz. So essentially, they are going to have 5 categories that they're going to be choosing from. One is a playable Last Argument of Kings army, which must have at least 1 character in 3 based regiments. There's going to be another category of just the Koila or Sky Draga, which you can see pictured here. Another category for single model, so a character or a 4-figure infantry stand. No Draga, no dragons. An infantry, cavalry, or a brute set. Complete set of 12 infantry or 3 brutes, so just like a box set. And then the last category is going to be a First Blood Warband, or the First Blood Warband, I'm sorry. So the Saunahashi, the Kern Skirmishers. I did not look up how to pronounce that one. Dang it, I failed. it's hold on, I'm gonna look it up real quick. I thought I did my homework, but apparently I didn't. Um, let's see. The proper pronunciation for that one figure. It's the new one coming out, I think. They are the where is it? Skaha Hunters. Okay, there we go. So the so the Skaha Hunters, one Cran Guardians and one of the Skell Dancers as well. So those are going to be the categories. It's playable Last Argument of King's Army as one category. The Koila or Sky Draga, one of the dragons. An Infantry, Cavalry, or Brute set, just whatever box set you get, as long as they're painted up. And the First Blood Warband. So all of these are categories that you can win. All you have to do is submit by posting online between December 26th and February 14th. And each category will receive the first 4 Founders exclusive Weaver Quartz models, as written down here. Production numbers 1 through 5 in order above. Stores can also run local contests with prize support based on participation. So pretty cool. The rules are that the miniatures must be from the Conquest Weaver Quartz faction. Pretty obvious. That alterations and conversions are going to be allowed if all parts are from the Conquest, as long as all the parts are from the Conquest line. Base is excluded, so you can have like some basing elements that aren't from Conquest, obviously. Moderations are permitted as long as the original miniature is recognizable, basically. So kit bashing and stuff, totally cool, which is great. I'll show you an example of something I kit bashed last night that would likely count. But in order to enter, you have to post the photos on social media with the hashtag Colors of Conquest and hashtag Weaver Quartz, and tag the official Parabellum accounts just to make sure that they are that they can track your entry. That being said, it is required that both of those hashtags are there. So hashtag Colors of Conquest, hashtag Weaver Quartz. So be sure to make sure to put those in the post as well. And then, as long as you do that and post between December 26th and February 14th, you should be good. And I believe that they're going to be announced later in February. I think the 24th, if I'm not mistaken, if I'm reading this right. So pretty cool, I think. But yeah, so hopefully if you gotten any Weaver Quartz stuff, I highly recommend entering in. Oh, hold on a second. Let me put this. There we go. Highly recommend entering the competition. It's free to enter. You'll get some Founders exclusives if you win. Pretty cool. Pretty cool stuff. So there's no categories or anything like that. Basically, anything and everything is available to be entered as long as it is a Weaver Quartz thing. So hope to see a bunch of amazing Weaver Quartz stuff for, I guess, actually, I'm thinking about it. It's from December 26th through February. So that gives you a good month and a half. And honestly, you could start working on them right now. So may as well. But speaking of painting Weaver Quartz, that's what we're here to do today. So why don't we go ahead and get started? One thing, though, like I mentioned in that competition, you are allowed to do like some kit bashing and conversions and stuff, right? Well, here's an example of one I think will work. So again, it has to be recognizable as a Conquest figure. It has to be using only Conquest parts, except for the basing elements. So this is the kit bash I was working on last night. because I've been in the Discord and I've been looking at some of the lists that folks have been posting, and so I like some of the Weaver Quartz army lists, so I wanted to try to emulate one of them. But one of them, it allows the Shaunaha Shi to take the Gevra Knights figure. Essentially, it'll be a cavalry figure. So while you have the standard Gevra Knight here, a little hard to see with the black on black, but I decided to take my box of the Shaunaha Shi and the Gevra Knights and kit bash them together into one piece. So you can see I have the little owl face on there, and I took the wings from their from the Shaunaha Shi's arms and put them underneath there, and this little thing of feathers came off of clipping the feathers off of her dress. So I was able to put it on here as kind of a little backing there. And I even took the little axe off the top of this one Gevra Knights thing and put the scepter wand top on it, and used basically the body of the Gevra Knights and the wings of the Shaunaha Shi, which you can see here. So this is the Shaunaha Shi that we painted here on stream a few months ago. So I basically took a lot of elements from that. Just a little bit of putty just to make sure that the owl face fit on there. But the one thing I'm pretty proud of is the feathers coming off of the face around the antlers here are actually the same feathers that they used for her shoulders. So it worked out pretty well, I think. We'll see how it goes. I'm excited to get it painted up. But yeah, so a kit bash like this should be perfectly fine for the competition. And, you know, again, basing elements can be however you wish. So we're not painting this because we already did, but we're going to try to emulate a lot of these elements with the Gevra Knights. But I'm going to do a slightly different color scheme for this unit in particular, because we're going to keep the blues and greens for the base as we have before. But the thing that's really different about them is, if you can see, the Gevra Knights have this very chitinous beetle-like armor, which seems to be a running theme with the Weavers. Lots of bug stuff. So, so I'm going to try to work that in a little more, but also these guys are horrifying to look at. Like, these guys, I was a little not sure how I felt about them personally at first, but then after I got this guy built, I was like, okay, these guys are really, really cool. These kind of dark winter forest guardians. And so I want to kind of reflect that kind of scary, like, winter warden style, right? So what we're going to try to do is what I'm going to call NII, because we have because everything needs an acronym these days, right? So we're going to call it non-iridescent iridescence, or maybe non-shiny iridescence, NSI. I don't know. But we're going to try to do kind of a dark black beetle carapace style, in addition to the rest of the moose. So let's go ahead and get jamming, I think. So we're going to start off as we had before. Like on this basing here, we're just going to do some basing elements. We're going to get some real dark colors and work in these kind of really dark blues into the base. What I like to do for that is use a good old bit of Imperial Navy, but I'm going to mix it, not with black. I'm going to mix it with the green gray, because I think it's like just the right amount to get some nice coloring in there. Actually, my wet palette's not quite wet enough, so we're going to go ahead and wet that up. 100% plan to enter the character category. Sweet. Do you have a particular character in mind? I got some cool ones. The Shaunaha Shi. The Runshi are pretty, I think are the only ones. I guess Oberon would count as well if you wanted to paint up Oberon. There we go. Get some paint on there. The Shaunahashi. So I can use a battlefield now. Ooh, are you going for like a winter theme then? I really thought about trying to do a winter theme. And it's looking like this army may have a little bit more of the winter aspect to it, but I wanted to have my basing kind of be what's the word I'm looking for? Almost not indistinguishable, but have elements of all the different seasons, if that makes sense. So I'm going with kind of these dark blue bases to kind of give it that cool, almost fantasy look, and then we'll work up some of the greens and stuff to kind of give it like there's still some verdant growth. Yeah, I'm just gonna slather this stuff on here. And again, I'm just going all in with this. Doesn't matter where it's at. If it's on the base, even this big old rock, we're going in with the blue. In fact, it might be easier if I just pop this off here. I'll zoom out just a little bit so you guys can get a little bit of a better view. There we go. For her, at least, not quite sure on her color scheme yet, but definitely snowy, icy base. Nice. I found out that you can do some really easy snow effects if you just take a little bit of, they have like some, I think, is it the Army Painter one I used recently? I know it's over here somewhere. Gotta find it in my messy desk. Yeah, so this is what I use. This is the Army Painter Battlefield Snow. And pretty cheap for a big old thing. But all you have to do is mix it in with a little bit of Elmer's glue, and it makes a really good wet snow. If you're looking for a wet snow, and then you can do like little droplets and stuff on top too, or little dustings of that to kind of give it more of a dusty snow. So I didn't realize how much variance there is in snows. And actually, you know what was a really good resource for research? The behind the scenes of the movie Frozen. Interestingly enough, because they ran into the same issue where they didn't realize until making that movie how many different types of snow there are. So, exact stuff I have. Well, there you go. Yeah, just play around with the ratio of the Elmer's glue to the snow. You can really work in some really cool looking slushy snow if you want, or you can go a little bit farther back um, on the Elmer's glue and make it a little bit more of the little bit more dusty snow. But yeah, the it was really interesting watching the documentary on how they made the snow effects in the movie Frozen because they had to research all these different types of snow. And I think they said they ended up making like in their animation, I think they said they ended up making dozens of types of snow programmed, which was really interesting. Wife typing, I used Battlefield Snow to make foam on an ocean wave. Oh, just cover the edge in glue and dipped in this. There you go. That's the one thing I love about doing miniature painting and dioramas and stuff is there's so many, like every tool can be used in so many different ways. It's a lot of fun. Yeah, I think I'm hoping to see some really awesome Weaver stuff here in the next few months, although with the new Spires stuff coming out. And I believe that the Spires rules and stuff will be previewed at the, or maybe even launched at the next happy hour, which is going to be in January. Okay, just quick and dirty slathering on this really dark blue, kind of wetting the paint down a lot so it kind of gets in the crevices really well. And then I'm just going to work it up just a little bit onto the branches and trees too. Not a ton, but a bit. Lather that paint. Baby, what's going on, Falling? Really good to see you. You guys don't follow Falling Freely here on Twitch. Another fantastic miniature painter. I'll get you a little shout out here. Depending on what next project is going to be. Oh, nice. Are you doing okay? Glad that I can finally put some paint. I've been sitting on, I prepped these Gevra Knights about a week ago, and I've been sitting on them wanting to paint them. I was like, no, I gotta save it. I gotta save it. I'm just realizing I got a whole bunch of cat hair in the prime for this. Thankfully, nice little pair of tweezers will get all that out. There we go. Okay, some nice dark blue on there, and we'll do the same on our big moose knight here. Of course. Yeah, the moose knights. These guys are really. I again, it's so funny to me. There's so many times where I'll see a reveal for Conquest. I'm just kind of like, it's pretty cool. Neat model. No biggie. But then I get it in hand and I build it. I'm just like, wow, this is so much cooler than I thought. And these Gevra Knights are right in that same category. It was the exact same thing with the Sentinel Incarnates for the Spires. I actually, for the Sentinel Incarnates, I bring them up specifically because I actually did not like their design at first. I thought that they were really weird, a little too out there. And man, they showed me. I complete foot in mouth. I was like, wow, once I put them together, it's like these are some of the coolest sculpts I've ever put together. They are probably my favorite Spires unit now. All right, now I'm just gonna not really worrying too much. This is a big old rock, so I'm not worrying too much about it. I'm just gonna kind of spread around a little bit of blue all over, especially in kind of the shadows and crevices. I think I'm gonna try not to focus too much on the base because we got a big moose to paint. It's a really cool model. Yeah, I know, right? And you see a little better here, although this is a kit bashed version. But this is the exact same moose, just with a different rider that's kit bashed on there. So, and I was really happy too, because you can see on this one how there's like a backing on there with this little thing. And I was a little worried about that because it wasn't going to fit with these feathers, but I laid it down backwards and it still works perfectly. It still fits like right where it needs to be, which is really cool. So, and these things are huge, by the way. I don't know. So actually, case in point, this is a standard Spires drone, a standard infantry character. This is how big these knights are. They are massive. Absolutely gargantuan. Another case in point. Let's see if we can find another one. Here we go. This is a brute-sized Uroni. This is how big these guys are. They're still so much bigger than a regular ogre. These guys are huge. Absolutely huge. What's going on, Orc Paint Shop? Good to see. Weaver Knights. Yes, indeed. The Gevra Knights. The Winter Wardens. If you guys don't follow Orc Paint Shop, another awesome miniature painter, and Unexpected, good to see you. Welcome in. Some models you're talking about look pretty cool. Too many models though. Well, sounds like you need to get rid of some other models and get some weavers. I'll get your shout out here in just a minute, Pun Expected Paint. But if you guys don't follow Pun, another awesome painter here on Twitch. Appreciate everybody popping in. Oh, what's going on, Dead? Good to see you. I like the winged bug dudes. Yeah, they're pretty cool. These guys actually, interestingly enough, have wings and bug armor on them. You see the wings there. Really interesting. I was not expecting that. But they have those wings and bug armor. But they're also the scaly dancers, which I have just not opened them. I literally got them in yesterday, so false. But there is, just as a reminder, since there are some more people coming in now, we do have a Weavers painting competition. You heard it here first on the Colors of Conquest stream. It has not been announced anywhere else yet. It will soon. But from December 26th through February 14th, a bunch of different categories: single character, single regiment, a full army category. If you paint up a full army and post it, you can do that. The first blood box you can also do. But yeah, win some cool prizes, and also, and that does not, to my knowledge, that does not, also the the dragon here, that's its own category. So I don't believe that excludes you from the regular Colors of Conquest competition either. So basically 2 competitions to enter and potentially win prizes for. So definitely recommend. But all the stuff will be announced, I believe, December 26th, if I'm not mistaken. But since you heard it here first, you can go ahead and get started. It doesn't ship till New Year, 45-day-ish timeline. So a lot of it's already out. There's a lot of it in stores already. There's plenty of Weaver stuff that is out, and I'm not sure when the shipping will happen. But they're pretty good about getting stuff shipped out. So, all right, yeah, we got some good Weaver stuff at my local game store. Well, there you go. They have a unit category, so you can enter a unit. Let me double check the actual categories. So categories are a playable army. That means at least 1 character and 3 regiments. Either of the dragons. A single model or 4-figure infantry stand. So, I don't have a full 4 infantry stand near me at the moment. And then another category of an infantry, cavalry, or brute set. So if you buy a box set that comes with 3 stands of infantry, cavalry, or brutes, like these Gevra Knights, that counts. And the First Blood Warband. So this is the 1-player starter set, but they have a First Blood Warband, which has the Shaunahashi, which is this character here. It has the Shaunahashi, the current skirmishers, the I just looked up how to pronounce this too. Hold on. The Skaha hunters, which were just previewed recently, and then the 1 Cran guardians and 1 scaly dancers. So pretty cool stuff. It's a lot of categories. Yeah, it's just a big old push to get people to be painting some weavers. So here we go with that. Alrighty. So we got our sort of base colors down there. So what we need to do now, this will be kind of a fun part. We need to get a whole bunch brown because we're gonna be painting this moose. So nice dark brown just to start out the base colors, but and kind of give them a unifying color. In fact, no, I'm probably not gonna work in that blue, but I could. Let's see here. Never too many armies. That is the right attitude, Deb. Absolutely. All right, so we're just gonna be, again, just kind of slathering on a bunch of brown. Ooh, it's a little too wet. There we go. And if you have an airbrush or something, you can do that pretty easy as well. It'll probably save you a bit of time, but we're just gonna power through here. Shouldn't take too long still. Because again, we're just kind of putting this base down so there's a little bit of something there. And I would recommend, if you can, paint the rider and the moose separate. Do as I say, not as I do. I put him on here specifically just because, one, I personally just like having a full model paint, like ready to go. But also because it's a little easier just to paint here on stream for everybody else, just to have it all in one piece, because the one piece is real. Out of storage space? Nah. You don't need like a bed. I'm going to try to be careful not to get too much on the armor pieces. And I wasn't entirely sure if this was supposed to be a face or a mask, but I'm going to be going for a mask or like armor for my moose and Mises. And like I said, I'm just doing kind of a really light layer of this brown just to get a little base coat to work up from. Photo bombing you in our DMs. Fair enough. I think it's a mask. It looks like their nose sticks out on the bottom. See, I don't think it looked like their nose sticks out necessarily to me, but it definitely doesn't look well. And that's the other thing too, is these are like fantasy creatures, right? These are not necessarily technically moose. Make sure you get on the undersides and all around. And I'm not hitting the hooves, because I think we might leave those somewhat black. I'm not entirely sure yet. Just a nice thin, easy layer. Sure, we got the underside well enough. Inside of both legs there. And you can even use this brown too on like a bunch of the leather straps and stuff. If you wanted to, I think I'm going to do that. So ask a question for later. No worries. Can you say what any of the prizes are for the painting comp? So normally, the regular Colors of Conquest thing will give you a, if you're in the top 10, I think it's a $25/euro gift voucher. The winner, I believe, gets a $50 one slash euro. But for this in particular, you get, it says that the prizes are, the winners of each category receive the first 4 Founders exclusive Weaver Court models. Production numbers 1 through 5 in order of above. Okay. So for each category, you get production numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And stores can also run local contests with prize support based on participation. So, Patafrag, good to see you. How you doing? Okay, so there's this little bit of cloth back here. I'm just going to paint that brown for now. And also, this whole thing back here, I'll also paint brown because it looks like a wooden thing. About $25 or 25%, you choose. There you go. But for the Weaver Court specific competition, that is running now through February, you'll get Founders exclusives. Which I'm not sure if that just means the Oberon production numbers 1 through 5 or other ones that they're going to come out with later. But for anyone who's interested in that one, oh, nope, it's all the way over there. I can't get to it. But they stopped selling it, so no second prize. I didn't see one listed, so I'm going to assume not. Okay, so we got some brown on there. I'm also going to put a little brown on this pole arm. It's going to be kind of interesting because I want this army to be less reliant on using metal. So I'm going to see what I can do to get around the metal bits. You know, some folks will, you know, just like the little axe here, easily can just paint that silver and be done with it. But I think I'm going to leave mine like obsidian black. Looks like this is something as well. So we're just going to paint that brown. Maybe a leather straps, it kind of looks like. Oh, almost forgot his little tail. Gotta make sure to wipe his little butt with some color. There we go. We got brown all over. Did I get the Coila Draga? I hate building models. It is it seems like it's gonna be an intense one. I took a look at the sprues, but we'll see how it goes. I too am very keen on that. Let's for the saddle, I'm thinking maybe we'll hold off on that for right now. Come back to that. Okay. So another cool thing we're going to do, while we have this really nice dark brown going on, what I'd like to do is work in a bit more red. So I'm going to do kind of this carnelian skin, which is a reddish brown. We're going to kind of keep a more standard... Ooh, focus. There we go. We're going to kind of keep a more standard brown for the legs and the body and whatnot, but for the big furry parts, I think we're going to go with kind of a reddish brown because we're going to be doing this really dark brightness armor. Kind of reminds me of like the scarab beetles from Dark Crystal, or those like little warrior guys from what's it called? Krull, I think it was. So I'm going to do a little bit of that. Maybe add in just a little bit of pure red, just a tiny bit, just to give it a little bit more of that red color. Because it's gonna be kind of that like reddish orange hair, ideally. So that'll stand out really well against the dark armor. Get that. Yeah, that works perfect. Really, really nice. So just like 2 parts of the carnelian skin and 1 part pure red. A little brighter than I wanted, but that's okay. We can pull it back a little bit later. There we go. Look at that. Make sure to get inside all these little crevices and stuff too. There's a lot of detail on this guy. And don't be too afraid if it kind of blends in and goes over top some of the standard brown. That's going to be okay. In fact, it'll probably help to kind of blend it together a little bit. Okay, yeah, and we'll get some on the tail there. And again, we're just working with the really close like base colors, right? So we don't have to be too careful yet. Although you can be a bit more precise if you want. I kind of like going a little bit more wild because it allows me to kind of blend stuff a little more closer together later on. Sure, we get these little... Get some stuff down there. There we go. And one of the cool things we can do is we can also, here in just a minute, we'll work up some of that on the fuzzy parts of the hooves down below. And just using a really light layer, we can kind of use that to kind of help blend it in. So down here, and like I said, we'll just go up a little bit past where the standard brown is, and that's going to be totally fine. Let us blend it all together. It looks a little more natural, which is good. Get around that tree a little bit. There we go. You see some of that reddish kind of coming in there. I think that's going to work really nicely. Because we're not going to be doing too much craziness with the armor. Like I said, it's still probably going to be kind of primarily that real dark kind of blackish color. But I think this will work pretty well. Cool. Alrighty. Let's see, and then we can go in actually with this really dark brown as well. And kind of just work in. Again, really kind of being on all the sticks and stuff I put on the base. Not worrying too much about how that goes, because we're still going to work up like a lot of greens and stuff too. Still. I got a lot of sticks and things. Here, let's pop you off real quick. Boop. A lot of sticks and stumps. Uh-oh. This is getting a little wobbly. That's no good. Nothing a little glue can't fix, though. Sticks and stumps can break my lumps, but chumps can never help me. Well, that's good. Let's see. Not really a dry brush, but we're just kind of going a little wild with it just to get some color on there. Because we're going to be doing some washes and stuff to kind of bring some of these back a little bit. But I'm being a little more wild with it because I do want some of that blue still to come through. But again, not super worried about it. We got washes and stuff that are gonna happen. But here we go. Oop. Bit of stick there. Perfect. All right, so we're getting going. Who knows? Maybe we can pop this out in a stream. But speaking of, it has been about an hour, so I'm going to take just a quick little break. This is a perfect time to refill water, things like that. But we'll be back here in just like 3 or 4 minutes. Nothing too crazy, and yeah, we'll continue on. Start working up some of the greens and stuff into the base a bit, and then start working on this funky kind of iridescent look that we're going to do with the armor. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Okay, I think we're ready to go. All right. Welcome back, everybody. Let's see. Wet the brush again. So now we're going to do pretty easy. We're going to go with some angel green. Thanks. I appreciate that. I'm going to go with this angel green. We're just going to dot it around the base a little bit, but also maybe get some on the rock, as well as maybe a little bit in the on like the saddle and stuff. We'll see. We paint. How's it going, blue-haired Serge? What's going on? We're painting the Gevra Knights from Conquest, the Last Argument of Kings. Big moose riding elf guys. The Winter Wardens, as it were. How are you doing this fine evening? Or afternoon, I suppose. Depending, I guess maybe even morning if you're on the west coast. Now this green, we can kind of go in a little bit into some of the underneath details. This is going to be kind of the base, kind of dark green we're going for on this, on the base. Again, this kind of blue working into green kind of helps give it almost like an ethereal, mystical, dense forest look. So that's what we're going for. It's morning for me. There you go. I was about to say, I figured on the West Coast it would be morning still. Try to hit as many demographics as we can, because I know there's folks in Europe that like to watch, and then folks on the West Coast as well. So kind of, it's not too late, not too early for anybody in particular. We're going to go up. I'm just going to start dotting some of these trees and stuff with some of this greenery as well, to show that even though these may be stumps and things, there's still some greenery coming through. All right. You and chat seem to be doing pretty good. We're just jamming along here. These guys just got released, so a lot of folks are just getting their hands on these Gevra Knights. There we go. All right. We're going to do a lot of green on this rock here. Well, that's because the green is going to be kind of the base color for it. Make sure you get that little flower down in there. You don't want to completely cover everything. We still want a little bit of that blue to shine through a bit. It's okay to be a little bit wild with this part. But on the rocks, you can cover up a decent bit more and be okay. I'm not sure what the technical term for this may be, but I like to call this a globbing, where I just take kind of like a big, thick amount of paint on the brush and just kind of like splotch it up a little bit, especially where these textured parts are. On the rock, we're covering a bit more, but when we do this kind of big blotchy look, I'm not being careful about it at all. I'm just kind of blotching it in, letting the brush do the work for me, kind of wherever it wanted to go. That way I can come back in and basically do the same thing with highlights, and it'll just kind of add a bit more texture artificially through how you're painting, which is kind of neat. It's so fun, right? It makes things so much easier too, if you don't have to worry. Like, again, it's one of those things where you just kind of have to let the let the paint and the brush do some of the work for you, right? So we got some like blotches of green on some of the trees and stuff here and the branches, and that's totally okay. I might, not sure how I feel about this, so we might paint over this here, but I'm gonna put a little bit this kind of dark green down here. And we're gonna be using a bit more of this dark green here as well for the armor, which sounds a little weird because I told you before we're kind of going for this like black armor style, right? But that's okay. Might go for reds on that saddle, but I think we'll be fine with the green for right now. We might just do brown, but we're kind of, I haven't 100% decided on what to do with the saddle yet. I'm gonna push this up just a little bit here. There we go. Okay. Feel, because I keep holding it right here, but then I realize that I'm not. I keep going out of frame. I don't want to do that. So, okay. Pencils, all that stuff. That's good. That's good, good, good. Just making sure we got the right stuff. Lots of green. Lots of really dark green. What size brush are you using? So this one is one of my bigger ones. This is a 3. This is the Phalanx Select from Game Envy. It's size 3. One of the bigger brushes I'll use. I do have bigger ones that I could use for this as well, but I'm going to stick with that as likely our largest one we're going to use just for a lot of this base coating, right? Cool. Let's see. And then we can kind of go and brighten up some of those greens here in a little bit. But for right now, let me think. Planning out the mode of attack. Why don't we go with probably a color that is not expected? Possibly. Maybe it is. I don't know. But we're going to go with purple. You know, with Mage Cast Magenta mixed in with a little bit of that gray, green gray from earlier. Because that green gray, the reason I like it so much, I'll put some on the brush here so you can see. Does that look green or gray to you? Probably not. And if you really thin it down, it does kind of have this very grayish, bluish tone to it, which I love. But if you put it on, not necessarily thick, but if you put it on in the right way, it basically looks black. And that's totally okay. I like how it's just like, I like to call it off black. You know how you have like off white? It's kind of like off black. But I'm going to mix in some of this magenta with it. So I still want to keep those dark colors, and I'm going to go in with a smaller brush here after I get this mixed. And we're going to start working on the highlights of the armor. And this is going to be really fun. I'm going to go ahead and pop on this Army Painter Regiment brush. I'm not sure what size it is, but I'm trying this out for the first time. Just because it has a nice, it has enough that it looks like it'll hold a good amount of paint, but also has a nice little point on it. So slightly more colorful black. Yeah. So I'm going to mix that in with a bit of this purple to get a nice dark hued purple. So now we have this very dark purple. And what we're going to do, we're going to try to go for that kind of, like I said, iridescent-ish look. So right now, I'm just going to go in on the wings and just paint that all the way through there. With that purple on the tips here. And then we'll push that up into kind of these teals. Because that's essentially how we're going to do this kind of iridescent color, right? Purples and teals. It's kind of like if you ever take a look at like oil, right? Oil has that iridescent color to it, and it'll, especially if you like get like oil on water, and it's like shines in the sun, you can see all sorts of funky colors, lots of blues and like teals and purples and things like that, right? So that's kind of how we're going to be going about this. Oil? Well, not oil paint, but pretty close. So we're going to use this really dark purple blend that we're working up here. And we're just going to start doing kind of some mid tones, quote unquote. We got some on the wing there. We'll work that up into more of the wing later on with the teals. And we're going to get some here as well. Just get some of these purples around. We're still going to keep a lot of this black. And we may just have to do like a black wash or something afterwards too. That might help. We're going to try to keep a lot of this black. We're going to go with a lot of purple around here. It's going to give it this really kind of funky look. Let's see. I'm not entirely sure if I want to do it with if I want to keep the antlers that same style or not. We're gonna have to figure that one out. But we're gonna go up into the armor here and not go all the way into the crevices. Just kind of get areas where it looks like it might shine a little bit. And again, that's one of the nice things about trying to do this particular style of colors, right? Is grocery unpack. Now I can hooray. We're going to try to keep it on this, especially the purple on the side where it's likely going to be darker. So the purple is going to be kind of our like bounce light of sorts. We're going to go with teals and more of the brighter areas. We're going to kind of keep these purples in the darker areas. Let's go ahead, work up some of these purples. Just around, again, we can be kind of a little bit wild about this. We don't have to be super specific on it. Kind of going in where more of these colors would be a bit darker to give this bug a bit more, this bug style armor a bit more funkiness. It is kind of hard to see. Again, we're going pretty dark with this, but you can kind of see some of those purples in there already, and that's exactly what we're looking for. Okay. Some more purple and some more of that green gray. Mix them all in. Perfecto. So we can also work them into kind of some of the shadowy areas of these antlers and stuff too. I'm not 100% sure if I want to do it on the big antlers there, but we're gonna figure that out. Sure. Brush stays nice and wet for some nice thin layers here. Whoops, let's get this guy in the camera view. Got these big old moose lips. Oop, just a little bit too wet there. Let's see. How's you so far? Match the stream overlay border really well. That actually, I did not think about that, but I'm glad it's working out. But that's the one thing that's really cool about um, all of this, right? Is they we sleep saying yes, that's true. Um, let's see, we'll get some. There are these tiny little bug wings on the back of them here, so we're gonna get those as well. That same kind of iridescent coloring underneath there. Some on the back, and get some of that purple. Again, we're trying to keep the purples. This is very similar. So those who may have been seeing my stuff before or here since the early days of the stream for Colors of Conquest, the very first one we did was part of my kind of pearlescent look, right? With the spires. We're kind of doing something similar here. It's kind of the same idea where instead of having those pinks and blues and greens that we kind of work up, we're going to be kind of almost doing it a little backwards, sticking the purples and things kind of in the shadows as opposed to the greens and blues. And then we're going to work up this kind of teal color as well. That'll be pretty nice, I think. And let me see. We can kind of do just on the butt there. Go through some of these midtones. Put some of that purple down there. Need to mix a little more. There we go. Again, one of the really nice parts about this is since we got these kind of purples in there, we'll be able to work up some really cool looking teals and stuff as well. And then if you don't like where you put some of that, that's totally okay. We can go back. You can always make things darker or make things lighter. I'm just gonna go in here. Some of these areas, especially where some of the shadows and stuff are going to be. Okay, I was about to paint those skulls the same color, and I don't want to do that. I'm going to get the undersides of the wings here with just a little bit of purple. Luckily, no one's going to really see those, so we don't have to worry too much about that. Okay, now, why don't we go ahead, while we're here, let me zoom out just a bit. While we're here, we can go ahead and use that same angel green from before and kind of use that as our base. We could even add a little bit of that purple to it if we wanted to, just to kind of give it a little more coherence. I'm going to add that green gray as well. And now we're going to start going in some of these areas and picking out a lot of where these highlights and stuff are going to be. Like on this side of the mask. And it's pretty dark. That's okay. Again, we're gonna work things up a little bit more. The key, especially with doing like iridescence and shiny stuff, right? We're gonna have very intense highlights. So we got a nice little blend on the wing there. Go. Get on the outer rim there, because the concept is the greens are going to be where our highlights are, right? And the purples are going to be kind of our shadows. But then we're going to make sure that everything stays pretty good. And black. Let's see the light. We're going to assume the light's coming up from the side there. There we go. Kind of hard to see, but there is green in there, I promise. In fact, we could probably just go real light with it. But the nice thing is green and purple are fairly complementary. That's why you see them used together so often, like with the case in point, the Joker. Joker is all full of greens and greens and purples. It's going to work some of that green just like directly into where the shine is of the moose's mask and everything. I'm going to do some of the green just touching the tippy tops of this little carapace up here. Sorry. And also probably some of these corners as well. This is a little different than the rest of my army color scheme. These guys are kind of a special unit. So I want them to really kind of reflect that a bit. Working around back here. And that's one of the fun things about this too, is you're really just kind of creating your own light areas, right? There we go. Pop back into that purple a little bit and add that to here. And jump back into that green and finish off some of these. Areas back here. Okay, now we gotta get the moose butt. And again, I'm kind of using this as a bit of the highlight, right? So I'm not going too terribly far into this. Just trying to keep it where, especially if you take a look at where the light's hitting, obviously it's not really like centered on anything in particular, but that's okay. This is for an army, right? So we don't have to worry about every single little area or where the light is reflecting off of every tiny thing. There we go. It's kind of getting there. Got some. It's a little hard to see, I'll admit, but it's getting there. Hmm. Cool. I'm gonna put a little bit of that really dark purple underneath the shoes a bit, just so there's a little bit of. It's really just flat, which is fine. We're just gonna add a little bit there just to break things up. Again, I'll think about what to do with the moose's horns. I'm not entirely sure I want to keep those black, but that even if that light iridescent color, I'm not sure if I want to keep it that way or not, but that's okay. Cool. So now we got some browns and stuff we need to do. We need to work up the moosin, the meese. We got to work up their fur. And here's where we get to play with some texture. This is gonna be fun. I'm gonna pop off the base there just so it's a little easier to handle. I'm gonna go with this tree ancient mixed in with a little bit of that brigadine brown we had earlier, because the brigadine brown is kind of our base color, right? So this is not quite a reddish brown. It's a little bit of a reddish brown, but not quite as intense. It's still a bit more of your somewhat standard brown tone. I'll mix it in with the brigadine. So it fuses together a little bit better. Now we get to play with textures, and the way I'm going to do that, I'm going to zoom in so you guys can see it hopefully a little better. But you can see where all these texture, where all this like stuff is up here. Actually, that's a little bit redder than I was. Oh no, it should be fine. But we're just going to go in with some lines. Don't worry if you mess up a little bit. That's totally okay if you get a line somewhere you don't want. Just going to go in like that. Just to add, if we do the line style, we're going to essentially simulate texture. And again, it does not have to be perfect. In fact, you don't really want it to be perfect, because you want it to look somewhat natural. Just kind of trying to stay out of the crevices as much as you can. And there's already some texture on there. just kind of going through with that texture where you can. And we are going to go down into this reddish here. Perfect. There we go. Now we have a nice kind of simulated texture there of this moose's leg. There's a big old knee there, and that's okay. Again, we're just going to try to keep it out of the crevices as best as we can. And going down even onto the little red parts of the fur there. Totally okay. There's a nice big spot to really show this off, so. Dragging it across. Making sure to kind of lift up as you finish the brush stroke when you can. And always when you're doing these kind of like brushstroke textures, you want to pull towards you. Going this way, going like that is going to mess you up because your fingers and hands and stuff, they don't work that way. So you want to pull the brush towards you. It'll give you that texture you're looking for. You can be as precise or wild with this as you want. I'm being a little wild with it because I want these to look like wild moose. Little ones for the tiny little spots there, but don't be afraid to kick it into high gear over there. You can go a little bit as long as you don't go too far the opposite direction. But again, typically I would advise not doing that if you can help it. Then we're going to do the same thing on the inner part of the leg there. But we don't have to go too terribly far with that, thankfully. Again, we're just going to kind of do that in a few different rows. Actually, I think I'm going to do on the belly. I'm not going to go full. I'm going to do some tinier, like 2 rows or so. And that's doing this kind of lining is going to give some nice texture in there. You don't need to go all the way down underneath the belly or anything like that either, because that's supposed to be dark down there. This is where the shadows are. But you're going to want to make sure that when you do this style, you have a nice solid point on your brush as well. And sometimes it'll even fray just a little bit. You can kind of see how it's not a perfect point. There's like a few, like 2 or 3 little points. And honestly, that kind of helps sometimes. There we go. We're just going to keep going down into that red. That'll help kind of blend things out a little bit. go. Kind of same thing on this inner leg here. I'm not going to go all the way deep down inside of there with this style and this technique. I'm just going to kind of leave it on the outside a little bit. There we go. And normally there's a really awesome painter, and I wish I could remember their name, but I remember it might have been Chewy. But I remember they basically said, you know, when I first started painting, I was trying to be perfect, and I was trying to make it so, like, I was trying to hide all of my brush strokes and this, that, and the other. It's like, but what I really learned later on, when I started like painting, taking it seriously, is that it wasn't, the goal shouldn't be to hide your brush strokes. It's to show the right ones. And that is exactly what I like to keep in mind when doing, especially this furry texture. You know, we're doing this texture to kind of give it, to make it look like these mooses have more fuzzy fur going on. And you can do them without the texture for sure, obviously. But I want my moosin to look like they're wintry. They're prepared for the winter. They're big old fuzzy guys. Okay, I'm gonna go back to, again, you can see I was struggling there using the brush to pull away from me. Going back into here, I have a lot more control when I use the brush toward me instead. And it's okay if the brush doesn't act 100%. Again, this is kind of wild fuzz, right? Moose and moose and squirrel, yeah. Going right on down. It's not quite as bright there as I'm wanting it, so I'm doing another coat. Find some areas I can clean up a little bit. I think I went a little too light over here. Or a little too dark, I'm sorry. Now, easy peasy, just lighten that right up. I'm here all week. And Deb, you're gonna be at Adepticon, correct? Same is anyone else not going to Adepticon? Well, yeah. All right. One thing I was really happy to see about Adepticon is they had the preview for the carts and stuff up now for the events, and there was a lot of people who were worried that the Conquest tournament wasn't big enough, and they were able to up the entries. Because last time we had 64 people participating, which is pretty amazing. Okay. I swear on this camera, it doesn't look as good. But I promise there's some really cool textures in here. So it works pretty well. It was Thursday, Friday previously. Is the training pushed back a day compared to prayers? I'm not sure. I thought it was Friday and Saturday. I remember last year at least. But so far, camera's just weirdly light hungry. I have to hop off though. Watch the rest later. Have a good one. No worries. Yeah, for anyone who's not able to catch the live, we do make sure that these are uploaded onto Twitch or not onto Twitch, onto YouTube later on. So, what I think I'm gonna do now. So we use that tree ancient, right? We're gonna go with a little paratrooper tan. I think we're just gonna go just roll right into the rest of this part of the fur. Just kind of knock it out, get it out of the way. So I'm just gonna use a little bit of that, not a lot, just to kind of mix in with the tree ancient. Just to do some little highlights here and there, nothing crazy. Kind of a 50-50 ratio mix here. Now is where you want to get real close and personal. With the brush. Yeah, thanks for popping in while you could. There, Glass Princess and wife. I much appreciate it. There we go. You can start seeing some of the highlights now. Well, Thursday, I remember playing and watching Ramius Marcus remark. Someone play. Fair enough. Yeah, I meant to go check out the tournament as well, and sadly I didn't get to it. I think that was because I was streaming from the booth. You going to next Adepticon? Oh, absolutely. Got the hotel room booked and all that stuff already. I just gotta get my flight. Yeah, I got a competition piece or two I'm gonna be bringing. Oh, goodness, okay, hold on. Okay, liking that a little better. I'm also kind of excited because I've had some folks request for me to teach some classes. I'm not entirely sure. I mean, I guess it's not too much different than what I'm doing here, but never been the most confident about it, about the prospect. And but I had a friend of mine who teaches a lot of classes offer for me to come in and be kind of a TA for one of his classes. So I'm going to give that a shot. See how that goes. I have a god tier model. I got Adepticon 24 minor P3. Oh, nice. You absolutely should. Okay, you can kind of see. So I have the highlight, the midtone, and the shadow in there. And it looks disjointed, but as a whole piece, I promise it's going to look good. And luckily, this kind of goes along with the thing I like to preach a lot, which is what I call the 3-layer theory. And it's really just a catchy name for a very basic technique. And basically, you just need a midtone, a shadow, and a highlight to make anything look good. And so that's what we're doing here today, right now. When you're doing this, you got to make sure that your brush doesn't dry out. Flip that around just a little. There we go. And for the knee, since the knee's kind of sticking out there, we can be a little more dramatic with this texture style. There we go. And again, we don't have to be as dramatic on the inside of the arms here. It's not really the place we want to focus a ton on. And now where the belly is here, really just trying to focus on where it sticks out the most, which would be right about here. Got a nice kind of round belly. Put a little bit up in here because there's a little bit of muscle up there. And then down here, we start with smaller strokes and go into the bigger ones down below. But I'm starting to run out of paint on the brush, so here we go. Smaller ones and bigger ones as we come out. So there's going to be more light hitting out there. There we go. And if you really want the moose's Meeson's fur to shine, you can do further. And basically, as you continue doing it, just go smaller and smaller. Just kind of hit where the highlights go. And that is really hard to do if you're using a direct light and moving the miniature around like I'm doing. Because as I move it, you can see the light and where the highlights from these lights are, they're changing, right? So you just kind of have to keep in mind, especially one of the things you can do to really help out with that is like take a picture beforehand of where you want the light to be specifically. But for me, I'm just kind of using quote unquote global light, and that's just kind of assuming that since this is for tabletop and everything, it's just kind of assuming that there's like light kind of shining all around for the most part. So you can still control the shine. So you get to really control the shine a good bit where you want it to be. Okay. Now, just got to do this last part of the leg here. And then, since that's on the inside leg, I'm going to be a little more zigzaggy about it. That's going to be okay. As we get down here, it's a little too bright. Back off on that. There we go. And I do want most of the knee, I guess that's technically the knee, covered. In the back there, I'm gonna just brush off with my finger a little bit. Oops. Now, all I really gotta do is go back through and catch any details I want to get. Look at the hoof there. A little bit of this back part of the knee. There we go. We got some nice textured brown fur on the moose's legs and such. And again, we can go even farther with it and really put some like shine onto the fur if you really want it to be kind of like, it sounds weird to say, but kind of like greasy almost. but you know, like the kind of the more oily the hair, the more it'll shine. Um, so you can really go in and really make, you know, hair shines naturally anyway, so you can really go in and do some really stark highlights and stuff with it. But we're not going to go quite that far. What we are going to do is start working on the the fur, like the fuzz. And what I think I want to do, I don't know if I want to use this or not. Let me take a look at this real quick. Part of me wants to do a little bit of, might be too much, but I really want to put that red in there, right? Oh, maybe this will work. I really want to make sure that it is like a nice solid red. I think we could use this. It's a dark red tone wash from Army Painter. Part of me was thinking about doing that for the inner parts of this fur. I'm not 100% on it, but I think it can work really well. Why don't we just give it a little bit of a test run here? Okay. Not doing a whole lot, but that's okay. I don't necessarily want it to go do too much. Make sure, especially when you're using a wash, that you don't have any bubbles that form. Okay, no, this is working out. Okay, I was a little hesitant, if you couldn't tell, whether or not I wanted to use this or not, but I have been wanting to try it, so I think it's going to work out. Really just letting this wash, primarily putting it into the crevices. That way it'll make some nice dark tones. See some bubbles kind of popping in there. Try to swoop them back out if you can. There we go. Definitely makes it harder to not get bubbles and stuff in there. When you kind of use your brush to kind of scoop the wash out of it by like using the side of your brush to kind of push some of the stuff out, that's usually when you're going to get a lot of bubbles. But at the same time, you kind of want that to scoop out a lot so it gets a nice bit of dark shade in the crevices. Scoop the bubbles, what I do with bath time, exactly. So if you're using a paintbrush to bathe, I feel like there are probably some slightly more efficient ways to do it, but I'm not gonna judge. I haven't tried it, so. Okay. I don't know if you guys have done this or not, but the most satisfying feeling is when you have just enough paint on the thing to get exactly what you need. And I think we did it. I don't see anywhere else I've missed, so. Perfect. Okay. There we go. We got some nice brown for the brown texture. Let me see if I can change this color lighting a little bit. Show this off a little better. Maybe not. Ooh, it's a little orange in it. There we go. But we got some good texture for the moosin on there. We need to wait for this red to dry a little bit, and we'll start working that up a bit more. And then we'll start going in on the armor a bit and see how we go from there. So I'm gonna actually, one thing real quick. I'm just paranoid about this little branch here, so I'm just gonna pop this out real quick. Put a little glue in there. Be right as rain. You can see I used a little bit of milliput. If you don't have to repair a mini while you're painting it, are you even building minis? Just a tiny little glob. I don't want too much. There we go. Teeny, tiny little bit of super glue on there. Just gonna stick that right back in the hole. There we go. Right as rain. You see I have a little magnet on there too. I highly recommend if you aren't just putting them on the base. A lot of people just do that because they don't have any plans to play First Blood. I think that is a big mistake, personally. But you do you. I am certainly getting ready to play First Blood, so I make sure that all my stuff can come off the stands there. But we need to wait for that wash to dry a little bit. So that was a perfect time to kind of get up, stretch, make sure you do that in regular intervals, because hunching over a desk is not the best way to for long-term back health and whatnot. So I'm gonna get up and do a quick stretch and probably get a drink refill as well. And I suggest that you all do the same. But we'll be back here in probably about 4 or 5 minutes. So don't go anywhere. Alrighty. I think we are back. Gamer Dad, what's going on, buddy? Good to see you. Let's see. You guys don't follow Gamer Dad. You should. Bam, bam. Oh, actually, make sure this account does. They can't stop me. How's it going, man? Good to see you. We're painting the Gevra Knights. Yeah, of course. But the new Weaver Quartz Moose Riders. So pretty. I when I first saw them, I wasn't sure. Yeah, these are huge. Let me show you. We'll do a little side by side here. Well, maybe a Dwegome's not the right one to do. Here's a spire that I have unpainted and all. Regular spire infantry is gonna be about that high. These dudes are massive. These are the heavy cav for the Weavers, so makes sense that they're a little intense. But yeah, they big boys. Although the fun thing is, and I think that this is just part of the Weavers in general, right? Because they have that life binding magic and that weaving back and forth. So there's no real like standard size. I mean, there's like the infantry of like the Kern skirmishers are probably the closest to just your typical elf that there is, or exile, I should say. But you have folks like the Shaunaha Shi, who she takes up an entire medium base herself, and she is quite tall. Again, in comparison to a standard clone, not quite twice the height, but definitely I'd put these at like, let's say a clone. I'm just gonna ballpark an average. Let's say 5'6", somewhere in there, 5'8", probably. About the same height as like a standard human. But that would put her at like probably 8 feet tall, 7 or 8 feet tall. Oh, actually, here we go. Here's a standard human. Actually, I completely forgot. My Skypiercer Yindak. He's a standard human, I'd say. And honestly, thinking about that, the clones are actually shorter than he is by a good bit. So I think the clones are probably closer to 5 foot. I'd probably put him at like 6 feet, I'd say, give or take. So the Shaunahas likely, yeah, about 7 feet ish, between 6 and 7. And then, of course, like I said, you have the Gevra Knight, which, you know, Moosin are already huge anyway. Helen Clark 1-on-1 Weaver Quartz character. Let's go. But yeah, even still, like sitting down, you can see his foot right there. So even sitting down, he's about as tall as one of these. So I think that these guys are probably pushing 8, maybe 9 feet tall if they were to stand up by themselves. And I think that just has to do with them and their life binding and weaving, I think. So, oh geez, that just went really bright on my screen. Hold up. There we go. Much better. So, how about you? How are your Conquest dudes coming along? Okay, these are... Okay, it's still a little wet. So we'll probably move on to another portion there. There's the Colors of Conquest conversation. No, well, no, not at all. I've been kind of bringing it back up here and there. In fact, since we're back, for anyone who is back into the conversation, so normally folks may be aware that we do the Colors of Conquest stream once a month, and in doing so, we typically do a reveal who each month's winners are. Uh-oh. I'm getting a 403 forbidden thing on the website, so I can't show off the Colors of Conquest screen, it seems. But there is a special Colors of Conquest competition as well, in addition to the standard. And the standard, for those who are unaware, I'm just going to switch cameras here. Boop. So the standard Colors of Conquest stream is, or Colors of Conquest competition is every month. Anything you post online with the hashtag Colors of Conquest and hashtag miniature painting must have those. But you post those and you tag the Parabellum social media account on whichever social media you're using to post, and you're automatically entered to win either if you're in the top 9. You get a $25/euro voucher for the store, or if you are the winner, you get a $50 or euro voucher for the store, which is pretty cool. Ramius, what's going on, brother? How's it going? The one and only. I'm gonna have to run some lists by you, by the way. I've been paying keen attention to the Weavers Discord to see what some competitive lists may be. So, I'm interested to see. Paying them installed while working on storage assembly. I think I'm at 2,000 points. CSA's now. It's your fault. Good. Also, for those who don't know, actually, let me pull this up here real quick. I'm just going to do a little, just a little announcement for folks, just to see. If you are in the East Coast, you should, I think it's full already, but there is a grand tournament that's going to be in Fayetteville, North Carolina, and I will be there. I will not be competing. I will be there kind of for support and also to judge the best painted army for the tournament. So I'm excited just to hang out and talk Conquest and probably paint and just hang out for the weekend. So make sure you check that out if you haven't already. But the real thing that I wanted to tell you guys, which was the other Colors of Conquest thing, is that there is a Weaver Quartz painting competition currently. Well, not currently. It starts on the 26th, but there are Weaver Quartz out right now, so you can get a head start. This hasn't been officially announced anywhere except for here right now, well, earlier, but there are going to be multiple categories, and you will win Founders exclusives, which is pretty cool. They have 5 categories. One is a playable army painted. The second is either the Koila or Skydraga, which you can see here on the screen. The next category is single model or 4-figure infantry stand. No drakes, dragas. The next category is either an infantry, cavalry, or brute set. So that means like a full box set, so like 3 stands basically. So 12 infantry or 3 cavalry/brutes. And the last category is First Blood Warband. That would include the Shaunaha Shi, 4 Kern Skirmishers, 4 I just looked up how to pronounce these guys earlier. 4 of the Skaha Hunters, which are not out yet. They are coming out soon. Those are, if you haven't seen those previewed, 1 Cran Guardian and 1 Scaly Dancer. So if you want to get into any of those categories, you will be eligible for one of the first Founders exclusive for the Weaver Quartz. That means production numbers 1 through 5 you can be eligible for, which is pretty cool. Also, they're going to encourage stores to do local contests and prize support as well. So, but yeah, that's basically it. There are some extra rules and stuff too about, like, you know, that they have to be from the Conquest lines. That, you know, you can kit bash, but they still have to be recognizable. You know, little things like that. And you do have to post them online. Hashtag Colors of Conquest and hashtag Weaver Quartz, and then tag their official accounts to make sure that you are in and good to go. So pretty cool. I'm excited to see all the cool Weaver stuff coming out that folks are going to be painting. So we'll see how it goes. I find competitive lists are good, but knowing your army and the objective for your army is better. Yes, I agree. I have not gotten to paint with play. Not gotten to play. Oh Lord. It's about that time of the day, isn't it? Let's get an energy drink going on here. But the I have not gotten to play with my Weaver Quartz yet. I've been playing Spires in my local league and losing horribly. I've not won a single game. but I've been trying to study for the Weaver Courts. They, for someone who is not a terribly mechanically minded person when it comes to tactical combat, simulation on the tabletop, it's a little hard for me, but hopefully I'll be able to be a little bit competitive, I guess. It's full with a waiting list. Very happy to hear you are there. Does best painted army have to be participating in the event, or can anyone bring their army to enter best painted? That's a good question, actually. I think it is supposed to be for those who are participating, if I'm not mistaken. But if you contact the hosts, they may be able to, you know, like if I don't think they would shy away in the event. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. But it's pretty cool. Now maybe they'll open up some more spots if people if there's enough want for it. So, but we are painting today the Gevra Knights, which I did my homework. That is how they're pronounced. Actually, now I'm second guessing myself. Let me double check again. Gevra or Gevru would be correct as well. It's just the dialect. It says specifically. So the Gevra Knights is what we have. Although I always feel weird when I'm pronouncing these names because I feel like I'm going to pronounce the names and people are not going to know what I'm talking about. But I'm hoping that they do. And because I mean, like when I read this, I want to say Gimred Knights or, you know, something like that. But for like the dragons, the you know, it's spelled Drake, like Draic, but it's pronounced Dryga. So I always I'm trying to hopefully make sure that people kind of get in with pronouncing them correctly as time goes on. We'll see. I'm doing my best to be good about it, at least. So what we're doing here is we're going for kind of a reddish long fur and kind of a brownish regular fur. We kind of got some texture and some pretty decent brown fur on the shorter areas. But we're going to go with this reddish fur here. We got we're going to bring this up to kind of a little bit more of a brighter red, kind of an orangish almost. And for the armor, you can see it's very dark, but that's because it's very bug-like and chitinous. And, you know, thinking about, well, these are supposed to be like these winter wardens, right? These are supposed to be these like really intense, almost cruel elves. I wanted to do something that would make them look the part. And so I kind of went with this really dark, beetle carapace. You can actually kind of see it way up here in that little beetle guy right there. Kind of like that. So we're going to go with this kind of iridescent look. So that's the goal. We'll see how it goes. There are also all these tiny little knickknacks and paddywhacks all over here. So we got a lot of stuff to play around with still. Friday and Saturday. Okay. Thursday, Friday, like man. 24 I dropped out on Saturday. You might have thought it was Thursday, Friday. Thursday, I wasn't confused. It was your sense of time. You got this. Well, we'll see. I'm kind of it is a little hard to see, but you can see some of the greens and purples going in there already. So that's working out pretty well so far. But it's still got a long ways to go. Plus I got to work up some really dark colors too, so but really what I'd like to get done by the end of this stream is basically like the fur. If I can get the fur pretty much done, because that'll be kind of the big thing. I think so. Speaking of, why don't we hop right into it? Again, going with this carnelian skin from Army Painter. It's kind of a reddish brown, but then we're going to mix in a bit of the pure red. Probably, let me see here, maybe about a 50-50. I think 50-50 may work. You know what? I think I'm going to go 2 parts pure red. Yeah, let's do 2 parts pure red. And then 1 part of the carnelian skin. And then we're just going to go in, and this is going to be probably one of the easiest parts here. We're just going to go in and just hit each of these little tufts that are kind of hanging out here, just making sure not to get too far into the crevices and stuff. Because I really like the idea of this being kind of a funky, like, I mean, red fur on a moose is very strange and, like, not realistic, but that's what I like about it, right? And of course, we're playing, yeah, I mean, this is a fantasy game, right? So you shouldn't have to worry about realism too much. Like, you could paint these all sorts of funky colors. You don't have to go with what I'm doing. But I really want to kind of lean in to a bit of the fantasy of this, right? So we're just going to be doing kind of some bigger portions of the red here and trying to stay out of the crevices as much as we can. But this isn't going to be the final highlight, so I'm not super worried we go in there. We're just trying to make sure that we make some nice separation between the shadow and this mid-tone we got going on here. Hey, this Mechanic Games, what's going on, brother? How you doing? Hope things are going well. Another streamer here on Twitch that streams some awesome Conquest stuff. You guys don't follow? Oh, actually, this account doesn't follow, but it's about to. They can't stop me. We're just jamming on the Gevra Knights here. I suppose if I really wanted to be pretentious, I could call them the Gevru Knights. I like the Gevra. It rolls off the tongue a little better, in my opinion. For me, at least. But they're supposed to be rolled R in there somewhere. Well, like I said, I actually, you know, I'll show you the screen here real quick. So in the army builder, as a matter of fact, you can find they have a pronunciation thing. Boop. So if you look down, let's see, we got the War Shi, the Rune Shi, the Taio Shi, Shaunahast Shi, Kern, I like Colonel, Kron Guardians, Skihan, Kayanir, Sky Dryga, Koila Dryga, Skaha, Gevra. So we do have an R. Or you could do Gevru. So very, very funky, but I'm glad they have this pronunciation guide in here because it has helped me immensely. Doing pretty good. We're out some 100 Kingdoms. Should have something for next month's Color Conquest. Oh, hell yeah. Good to see. Good to hear. We they already did announce the Colors of Conquest for November, if anyone did see online or not. But we are going to show them off here on stream as well, because that's just what we do. And sometimes they got to post stuff a little earlier. They had to do that so they could be ready for all their other stuff that they're doing for before the holidays. And I know they got to take a nice big holiday break. So, and from what I've heard, folks in Greece take a nice big holiday as well. So good on them. is actually going to be likely the biggest holiday break I've had in a while. I'm hoping to get a lot of my army at least built because I have plans for a local tournament here after the holiday's over. I'd like to try my hand out playing some Weavers. Want to mention the new contest coming up again? I just called them Gimred Knights. See, that's what my inclination was as well, honestly. So, a whole bunch of letters not found in the spelling of the word. Yeah. So, mechanic, if you or anybody else is interested, there's going to be a big Weavers. It's going to be announced officially here soon, but you heard it here first. Um, there's going to be a big Weavers painting Colors of Conquest competition. They're going to encourage local shops to do it as well. But it's basically kind of the same concept as Colors of Conquest, except it's just going to be Weavers only. They have 5 different categories, and you'll get, and the winning pieces are Founders exclusives, but the 1 through 5 Founders exclusive for the Weavers, which is pretty cool. I honestly wish I could enter. Probably went on break. I was waiting for an affiliate payout. I think, yeah, I think that yesterday was their last day in the office until probably about New Year's, likely. Though, I think their shipping station is still shipping. If I'm not mistaken. There we go. Get some good strong reds in there. Sorry, Ramius. I was talking to Hunter about it too, and when he and I were hanging out at PAX, he was like, "Yeah, these guys they take big ol' Christmas breaks." I was like, "Man, must be nice." I although like I said, I actually saved up a good bit of work time off this year finally, and so I'll have my goal personally. My 3 goals I have for the winter break: to paint a bunch, and get my Weaver Courts army ready. But also, my friends have been bugging me to play Clair Obscure. Um, so I'm going to try to do that. But I also know there's like Adepticon coming up, so I'm a little stressed about trying to do anything other than paint. Use a lot of ancient ruins bits from epic basing to complete the hero base. Nice. Yeah, that is so the basing elements on here are from epic basing as well. Um they're not affiliated or anything with myself or Parabellum, but I am just a huge fan. And I've met the guys. They're the guys that run it, and they're super nice. So I like supporting folks who are awesome. And honestly, I'm a bit of a rube when it comes to 3D printing. Like I can, but they never turn out as good as when other people 3D print stuff. So I usually just pay for people to do the 3D prints for me. And they are good about that. They have no problem doing that for you for most of their stuff. And as is expected, their stuff that they 3D print always looks so much better than the stuff that I 3D print of theirs. So I'm sure they often see, you know, another, probably just like, oh, here's another one from Walter's workshop. You really enjoy Claire Obscure from everything I've heard. Yeah, I've heard nothing but good things, and I bought it like a month ago, because I had heard such good things about it, and so I wanted to, you know, get up on that, and then it went on to win all of the awards at the Game Awards, pretty much. I still feel a little conflicted about some of the awards they got. Because I got like Indie Game of the Year. And I was like, I mean, technically it is an indie studio, but at the same time, like, they had major backing for that game. I feel like, but I'm also biased because I played Dispatch and that was one of my favorite games of the year. It was so much fun. When I play games, there are two reasons I play video games. One, to experience a really cool story, and two, to have a fun activity to do with friends. Those are like the only two reasons I play video games. And so I know a lot of people are not a big fan of the Telltale style of um, Dispatch, but it told a great story. It wasn't super mechanically heavy. I enjoyed it. But I know there are plenty of folks who do not get much enjoyment out of games if they aren't mechanically heavy. So pick up Dispatch. It looks like a riot. It's a ton of fun. I don't want to spoil nothing, and it's also one of those nice things. I played it twice, and you know you get different outcomes. You know, or you can get different outcomes, I should say, depending on what you do. To make good voice actors in, yeah, it is. It is a star-studded cast, and there's a lot of kind of unknowns as well in there. But they did such an amazing job. Like you would have not known that these. I mean, there's like some smaller voice actors in there. There's like a comedian. One of the ladies who did a lot of the music for the soundtrack voiced a character in there, which is really cool. Um, and they got like some streamers and stuff too, like folks who are not typically like either trained or professional voice actors at all. But they did a phenomenal job. You would have never known that these folks, um, you know, weren't professional because they were able to hold their own against these, you know, not hold their own as if it was a competition, but they were able to stand up with these seasoned veterans of voice acting, and you can't even tell like that they aren't professional. Joel Haver as Waterboy. See, I had not heard of him before, but yeah, he did an excellent job. And for those who are still following along with the painting of this, there's some areas where some of these sections don't quite look like hair, and in that case, I usually just try to get and kind of paint in my own like hairlines, I guess, if that makes sense. As long as it looks nice and textured, you should be okay. And for those back at home who are potentially going to be painting this as well, you could, if you want to do something a little like more quick and easy, this texture is perfect for dry brushing. Just gotta be real careful how it goes on. Here we go. Okay, we're almost done. Just gotta get these underside. Little bits and bobs. Little specks of hair. Oh, also the tail. We gotta get the tail. It's a little nubbin. And now I'm a little sad because haven't named this moose yet. I feel like Bullwinkle is like the only moose name I can think of. Okay, some pretty good reds going on in there. Oh, let's get the tail. Oh, I gotta get the back legs as well. Let's pop you off here real quick just to make this a little easier. Is anybody in here celebrating the holidays? Maybe getting some fun Conquest? I'm hoping that Santa brings me the Battle of Nepeth box set. It was really interesting. I was looking in the lore section of the Discord. And there was some talk about how some folks were really surprised that people were voting for the 100 Kingdoms to take out the Alchemist and all that. But it wasn't a big surprise to me. Because one, Spires are such a good, especially the Alchemist, such a good villain that you want to, like people are united in trying to take them out, right? But also, I'm getting a newest K2SO Lego set. Oh, nice. Heck yeah. Um, but yeah, the villain is really good, and you know people are united against him. But also, who doesn't love an underdog? And also, you know, and especially the 100 Kingdoms, those poor guys. Like they're pretty powerful. Don't get me wrong, but they're they are they are still human after all. Okay, it's pretty solid so far. Pretty solid indeed. Okay, I think we might do a little bit of a quick dabbing of the base, get some nice green in there. We're going to mix this green skin in with the angel green we were using earlier. Just a little bit to bring some of that up. Oh, probably need a little more. There we go. We're going to get the thicker brushes out again. Not the thickest brush, but I think this is a 0. So, but it doesn't really have much of a point. It has kind of a flat head on it, which is what I'm looking for. We'll do a bit of that dark green and then mix in with the green skin. Probably 3 to 1 of the green skin to the angel green. And we're just gonna do like we were doing earlier, the gloopin. kind of gloop some stuff around here. And again, it doesn't have to be precise. It's going to look great regardless. And make sure to get the leaves and stuff too, for sure. And try not to get any of the gloops in the crevices. Now is when we're going to start working up those little points there. Oh, and tattoos. Heck yeah. What tattoos are you going to get? There you go. And feel free on this rock too to just really kind of go ham with the gloops, because we are going to go back over that. There you go. Just kind of get a little bit on the outside of these leaves here. Try to keep the inside of the leaves darker. Provide some good contrast. My eyelash out of there. How did you even get in there? Oh, eyelash. That's not an eyelash. It's a cat hair. Back to the glooping. Let's pop you out here real quick. Boop. There we go. Fancy just some delicate dots on my fingers. Nice. What about you? So Santa Bellum arrived early. Yeah, I got all my honestly, they're kind of presents to me. From me to me. For lots of weaver quartz. I now have enough that I can like build and have ready an army. I've been kind of slowly but surely building up my weaver's forces, but now that I have like a full army ready, I'm hoping to have them built and at least primed, because I would like to try to expedite the process of paying them all together. There we go. Some good glooping still going on. Kind of letting the paint fall where it goes. That's totally fine. Trying not to get too far into the recesses, because if we let the paint kind of sit in little gloops, it'll add an extra element of texture, where you still want it to mostly get on top of the like raised areas, right? Because even on these like dead trees and stuff, it's important for there to be some green, because for me, it shows that there's still growth even amongst some of these areas that, you know, are not, even amongst some of the dead stuff, there's more growth to be had still. And plus, we can always go back in and repaint and bring up more of those browns and stuff. So we got some good glooping going on in there. We got some good glooping over here now. And normally I try to keep some of these gloops out towards the areas outside of here. So like, I don't want them to go too far into the insides of where the crevices and stuff are. And for these areas right here, they're kind of sticking up a little bit. I don't mind bringing down a little bit and kind of have them streak a little bit, because naturally in the uh, in the wild, there's typically where water travels is where you're going to find plant life, right? So having this kind of streak down a little bit kind of gives it the impression that like moss is kind of hanging down a little bit. But that being said, I'm not sure if we're going to keep this rock completely green or not. We might do some grays and stuff in there too, but that's also okay. Still having this as kind of a base is going to be really helpful. You don't use hobby handle when you paint? I do often, just not for bigger stuff, because my hobby handle, I mean, I could put it on here and everything, but it's not really going to do a whole lot. When I'm doing singular characters and stuff that'll fit on it, I certainly do. I know they make some bigger ones, but typically if they're at this size anyway, not not terribly needed. Okay, so here's some like perfect glooping. See, it's just big old bold kind of gloops getting on here. And just kind of scattering them around really make it look like there's some cool textures going on there. And again, it's one of those things where I mentioned it's like, you know, it's not about hiding the brush strokes. It's about showing the right ones. And showing these ones is going to make it look like there's a lot more texture than there actually is. Just don't want to get too into the recesses and stuff. Not too shabby. And again, I might go back over this and do a bit more of the like gray texture with the rocks and stuff. But I think this is working out okay for right now. Okay. Yeah, I think we likely will go back in with some of that. We'll probably do kind of a, trying to think, very thin down rock color and texture. And we'll go back up and probably bring it back up with all those things. I think it'll work. But in the meantime, I'm gonna get up and stretch my back just a little bit, because we're getting about to that point where I start feeling the aching. So, still got ways to go. Probably here in about an hour, we'll show off who won November's Colors of Conquest. But we're gonna take a quick like 5-minute break, and then from there, we'll try to get the fur done on this, and be ready to go with the fur on that. And if we can at least get that done, I'm going to be satisfied. So we'll do that. Do probably one more highlight on the red fur there. I think we'll be pretty solid. And then we'll be able to go and check out who won November's Colors of Conquest. Because there's some really sweet pieces in there. I think you guys are going to be really excited to see. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back here in just a few minutes. Okay. I think we're about back. Here we go. Hey, Gex, what's going on? I did not get permission to take a break. Oh, my bad. Forgot to ask. How's everybody doing? Welcome back. Has management allowed you any freedom yet today? Under couch arrest. Nice. What was that say? That's good. Yeah, we got the Moosin. We got the Gevra Knights we got going on. So it's hard to see, but we have some color in on the armor and stuff that they have. We're doing kind of a dark black iridescent look for them. And then we have some pretty good texture on the moose's legs, and we're going to work this up into a nice brighter red on the mane and see how it goes from there. So also for those who are interested, this was my kit bash of the Saunahashi Gimred Lord, or Gimred. Oh, there we go. I said it already. Gevra Lord. So honestly, almost the exact same character, the exact same moose, exact same body, just with the different shoulder pads, because they come with different shoulder pads, which is awesome. But I put the owl face on there and had the pointy finger. And I also switched the axe off the top of this hilt for the Shonahashi's scepter. And I also laid this down. So you can see on the back here, it's standing up. But with the wings, I was not able to get that in there. It's not the cleanest kit bash in the world, but it does the job. I'm pretty happy with it. And for reference, and basically, I'm taking basically these two figures, and then I put them together to create this. So I have the wings from the two things, and then that section of feathers there also is right here. And then took the little head and the other feathers and put them on right there. And the thing I'm most proud of, you can barely tell, but the feathers around the owl face that go like in line with the antlers there, it's her shoulder feathers. They fit almost perfectly. So it's pretty good. Pretty happy with how that turned out. And worst comes to worst, if I don't use this as a Shonahashi's rider, then I just use it as just a leader captain. So easy peasy kit bash. I had a lot of fun doing that last night because I got all sorts of Weaver quartz in yesterday, which is fantastic. But how are you doing, Gex? I need 2 regiments and then moose. Yep, I got one that's built and primed and ready. You can see one of the other moose in here. So this guy I have kind of like using his hand to kind of like, block the shadow a little bit. Kind of like looking out and surveying the territory. And then I got the other one up here. This one I was pretty happy with. I wasn't sure if this was going to work or not. It's kind of hard to tell, but his hand fits like perfectly on the side of where the fur is there. So it looks like he's kind of like almost communicating with the moose. Like when someone puts their hand on the side of a horse, on their neck or something to kind of calm them down or something. So it kind of gives me that vibe. So it fit just pretty much perfectly when I had him positioned in this way. So quite happy about that. So. And then I have all these like trees and stuff I put on their bases. Thankfully, they fit together pretty well. I have this guy looking from the side, which is not what I expected the standard would be, but pretty happy with that. And I got 2 more moosin to make after this one, so after these ones. Including the Dargon. I got 2 of them. I got the Coila Draga and the Scoth. Scoth? No, that's not how it's pronounced. The Coila Draga and the Sky Draga, I'm sorry. It is spelled Scoth. What do you need? Kibash looks good. Thank you. Not good, but I'll message you on Discord. My life is like the last 5 weeks. Guess it will get better. Good. Well, I'm glad it'll get better at least. I know, especially too, I know the holidays can be not only stressful, but sometimes downright unpleasant for folks. Hope, normally I try to stream on my own channel. I've actually, for the past few years, I've streamed on, I believe, either on or around Christmas Day. Last year I streamed on Christmas Day. Um, and I had fun doing that. It was nice, like being able to spend time with some folks and whatnot who were, kind of chilling out. But this year is likely not going to happen because it would be Christmas Eve that I would be streaming, but I have to cook a big old meal that day. So, all right, now we're gonna get our smaller of the brushes, the character brush from Army Painter. We're going to go in with some much brighter red. So we're going to take that. In fact, we might even add a little orange into this. Maybe not. Maybe just a tiny little bit. So we have our mix of Tree Ancient and Pure Red, which is making this kind of color, which is not bad, but it's a little pale. I kind of want it to be a little of the warmer red. So I think I'm going to add just a tiny little spot of lava orange to it. Just a tiny little bit. I think that might make the mix we're looking for. Yeah, I think this is going to work. Oh, I think that was too much. Well, maybe not. Okay, I don't hate this. It's not too bad. It's got a nice kind of orangey color to it. I'm going to pop him off this base here just for a little ease. And I think we're going to go in. And now we're just really doing kind of highlights. I'm not super worried about getting all the tiny little things. We do want some nice highlights here and there at least. Okay. And again, for those who may be interested, starting in December, well, starting this December, the 26th, there's a Weaver Quartz painting competition. If you want to get some Founders exclusives and such, get some Weavers and get to painting. You have until February to paint them up. Yeah, I think this is working. Okay. My brush is drying out a little bit though. Just get a little bit of water. Right back to where we were. And some of these little fur bits in here don't always make the most sense in how they're sculpted. So don't be afraid to not paint in the full thing and instead add in your own little lines and crevices here and there. But you need a steady hand. Just make sure to really just try to make sure that there's some good contrast here, some really nice bright lines against the darkness, because that's what's going to make this look really, really good. I also wouldn't worry too much. Again, we're going for kind of global light here. I wouldn't worry too much about having the making sure that all the stuff on the inside where the shadows are, like, for me, I know that that's not everyone's first thought, but that is something I'm always keeping in mind when I'm trying to paint. It's like, where's the lighting and whatnot? But this is for tabletop. And really what you're going to want to do, it's actually something I learned kind of the hard way, because for those of you who may or may not have seen it, I was on Play on Tabletop, and they brought me on because I'm not entirely sure. I mean, they liked my paintings and they said they liked it, so I guess that was why. But they but I painted up my Spires army for it, and overall, like, my Spires army is pretty nice looking, I think. Not perfect. In fact, there's some stuff I did not finish. Don't tell them that. But the one big issue, though, is that I didn't paint with, because of the pearl look I was going for, it didn't quite have enough contrast to look good under certain lighting. And so the lighting they had in the cameras and stuff did not look great. But that was because they were trying to show everything nice and clear and cleanly. But also it's because it was a very bright color scheme, right? So because it didn't have that strong contrast, it did not look that great in the footage. But you can fix that. by just making sure you have some strong contrast here and there. And so that's kind of what we're doing right now. I'm going to try to zoom in just a little bit more so you guys can hopefully see a bit better. You can kind of see the difference between how you can see some of the areas here where I just kind of painted in, like that little guy right there. There's a little bit of contrast in this little line. That's just flat. So let's paint a little extra line in there just to give it some extra texture. And for those who have not seen the announcement of this month's or November's Colors of Conquest, I'm very excited to show them off for you guys. Probably be doing that here about a half hour or so. I went and did my research and also made sure I found extra pictures to show off some details and stuff from the winter, which I can't always do, but I'm always happy when I can. And now I need to get, speaking of getting some freehand in there. There we go, that's pretty good. There you go, you can see the difference. It's doing pretty good. I'm gonna get down here real quick. We got all the stuff up there. There we go. We also need to get the little hooves. Okay. It's also important to remember you are likely going to be your own harshest critic. So it's okay if you mess up somewhere. Wouldn't worry too much about it because there's a good chance that no one else is going to notice, especially for an army. It's one of my favorite things about painting an army is what would they call it in that show? They call it the cheerleader effect. It's basically when you have lots of stuff all kind of hanging out together, people will think that it's looks better than it does because it's in a big group, kind of distracting from the tiny details that you are going to know about. But no one else is gonna. They're just gonna see one big pretty unit. They call it the cheerleader effect. It was from what's the show? Oh, How I Met Your Mother. It was Barney was saying that the cheerleader effect is when you have a bunch of cheerleaders together, and so everyone in the group looks more attractive because there's a group of them. And then, if I'm not mistaken, they actually did research on that to see if that is indeed the case, and I think that they like actually did. Yeah, it was Barney. Yeah, it was Barney I think they actually did do a real study about it too, and found that it is true. If I'm not mistaken, I think they that did like prompt people to do like an experiment about it. But I find that that works equally well with armies for miniatures and whatnot. That's why like a unit will look better than just a single person if they're painted to like the same caliber even. Hey, Hackathon, what's going on? Welcome, welcome in. The Giver Knights, they're going well. You guys don't follow Hackathon, another miniature painter here on Twitch that paints up some Conquest. Or the yeah, they are. I mean, they are heavy cavalry. They are very big. Kind of case in point, Skypiercer Yindak. I love this look where he's like, "Hey guys, what's up?" Yeah, very big, but I like it. I makes me think that they are like intense, heavy cav. Moose are huge. True. Well, I guess it makes sense though, because we're to think about what the size of moosin are in IRL. Yeah, exactly. Mooses are quite large. People tend to forget how big they are. I've seen one in person. They are prehistoric levels of big. Intense is a word for sure, yeah. What if they're mini moose? Also remember a car when we were out west. Woof. I'm glad that didn't happen, but yeah, they if they're mini mooses, wouldn't they just be like reindeer at that point? I want to miniature moose is your fault. Well, you can if you decide you like to purchase some of these. I mean, in if we are to judge by real life sizes, this is about as miniature of a moose as you can get. Okay, let's get these little fuzzy feet. About yes, I need some credit for my friend's purchase. Yeah, I'd say. I mean, yeah, that's obviously nice for sure. But take any deal you can. So I tell folks is, it's always nice when people use my code and stuff to purchase. But if you can, support your friendly local game shop. But if that's not an option, I'll hook you up. The other thing too is supporting the friendly local game shop. Getting Conquest means more folks, more Conquest on the table, on the shelves. Means more folks will see it, be able to get some later. Overall, it is more helpful, I think, for folks to get stuff at their local game shop. Okay, so those sections a little bit of a flat layer there. That's okay. Like I said, you can just use your brush tip to just kind of sketch in a line where you want it to go. Sometimes there's a ton of texture. In that case, you can usually just use the edge of your brush or something. Just kind of scrape it across the top and it'll usually do pretty good. There we go. Some nice, strong, kind of reddish fur against the kind of standard brown. Doing pretty good. Okay. I'm gonna go in and do a little bit more working in with these teals and purples and such. Just a little bit for a little while longer. In fact, we already have the purple out. As a reminder, this is the purple we were using earlier. It's the Mage Cast Magenta. I think we'll jump in there. I'll use a little bit of it. Not a lot. Pop you back off again. Really thin layers. There we go. See that nice little purple shine there? What we're going for. We're just doing the straight magenta this time. We aren't mixing it or doing anything like that. Just kind of going in on the wings. Putting a little bit in there. There you go, kind of keeping that towards the top. We're going to come in with the purple now. Kind of work it in. A few of these little places here. Nice part about this is you can be really strong with these. You don't have to blend this very much. Because you still want those crevices and stuff to be black. We're trying to simulate that this is really just a shiny, shiny black. But because it's shiny, that means the color is going to be a lot stronger when it shines. There you go. Really liking this? Thanks. Well, that seems to be working out pretty well. Hmm. When's the next happy hour? The next happy hour, from what I was told, is going to be in January, so still got a bit of time. But likely, whatever is going to be announced in January will be available at Gen Con, or Gen Con, at the at Adepticon. Okay. Nice, strong magentas. Again, I'm not being terribly precise with this either. Just kind of putting it in where a lot of the undertone would be, the undershadows and stuff. It's kind of given almost, I suppose it's supposed to give bug-like vibes. Um, but kind of almost giving like certain types of bugs and things like that. Like I'm thinking like a fly maybe almost. I just realized I completely missed this area earlier. So I'm just gonna say, you know what, screw it. We're just gonna do it live. Okay, I'll take that. Okay. Solid purples going throughout there. That's good. Now we're gonna bump it up with some Pharaoh Guard mixed into that green that we already have. That Angel's Green. Dark Angel Green? No, just Angel Green. So we're gonna mix in a little bit of that with a little bit of this. We don't want to go full on with this Pharaoh Guard yet. We will likely for the kind of final shine. We're doing about 2 parts. Maybe we'll go 3. Yeah, I think 3-to-1 Pharaoh Guard and Angel Green. And one thing to think about too, which a lot of people likely wouldn't, and I have to remind myself of, is that when there's shiny stuff, the inside shines as well. So like the inside of crevices and things like that are going to shine. So I'm trying to get on the inside of this eye socket here. Okay. It looks really funky right now. That's okay. Trust the process. Starting to get there. There we go. Starting to get there. Whoop, let's not drop them now. Here we go. Okay. Get a little bit more of these random highlights back here. I think we'll be pretty good to go here in just a minute. We can check out who won this month's Colors of Conquest then. Okay. There we go, I think. They're still a little harsh at the moment, but that's okay. In order to get it to look really iridescent, kind of have to go with the rules of like non-metallic metals where you just do like a really strong highlight. And that's going to pretty much get it to where we want it to go. But for now, it's pretty solid. Cool. All right. Well, not quite as far as I'd hoped we get, but pretty good. We got pretty much the red and the fur pretty much ready to go. We got most of the way there on the bug carapace armor, that kind of funky iridescent look. Just putting in kind of greens and teals will really just work wonders for you. To make it look really kind of iridescent, you just need stronger highlights and darks in there, and that should do the trick for you. especially when it looks like here it looks a little bright in some of the places, but if you put it against something cool or lighter, then you can definitely see that there. But I think it's about time. Now that we got to a pretty decent point, I think it's about time we check out the Colors of Conquest, shall we? Actually, hold on. Let's take just a quick little break, just a little 3-4 minute thing, and we're gonna check out who has won for the month of November. So be right back. Okay, and we are back. So, if you're unfamiliar, Colors of Conquest. Why is it so dark? Maybe. Oh, it's because the sun has gone down. That's why. But now we're at regular color again. But if you're unfamiliar with Colors of Conquest, it is a monthly competition where people can just paint and post whatever you do online for Conquest, and you're basically automatically entered. To see a little bit more details about it. So all you have to do is every month, just whenever you paint anything Conquest, make sure to use hashtag Colors of Conquest and hashtag miniature painting, and then tag them on whatever social media platform it is. They have one pretty much everywhere. And from there, they collect everything, they check it out, see what they have their studio painter demo, and he goes and he takes a look at all of them and decides who wins the top 10, basically. And then whoever wins the grand prize of the top 10 gets the biggest prize. Everybody gets $25 or euro voucher, or the winner gets a $50 one for the Conquest eShop, which is pretty cool. So that's basically it. You can find more information about it at at Parabellum's community section. There's a Colors of Conquest thing there, and so we will see who all of the winners are for November. Here we go. First up, we have Xiaoho. I believe that's how that's pronounced. With this awesome bunch of Oni Ayakashi. I love the fact that they took the Spire's back banner from the cavalry guys and put it on there to simulate the standard, like the usual back banner that the samurai would have. Lots of fire effects and stuff, and excellent basing. Looks like a nice Japanese kind of garden situation going on there, with the aside from the copious amounts of fire. But a really, really nice unit. So well done, Xiaoho. All right. Next up, we have Shield and Pencil. I'm not sure what that translates to, but really nice and bright. Yeah, Wadroon and Velociraptor. And some nice basing on there too. Just it's always nice to see some good bright colors, and I do very much love the turquoise and red color scheme together. It's actually what I did with the, not the colors of the dinosaur, but for my Wadroon thing, it was primarily like turquoise for like the rock and stone, and then the red for like the outfits and stuff. So the bold colors they choose on this, my favorite models. Yeah, it's a really cool one. I have one. I need to get it painted up, but yeah, it's a really cool model and really nicely done. So congrats, Shield. All right, next up we got Luke Brimblecombe. That one too, very nice. But Luke rolling in with a really unique color scheme for his Kern skirmishers. The hey Ian, what's going on? Welcome, welcome. Yeah, some really nice purples in there. And again, purple and green is what I've been talking about all stream. It's such a great color combination, and it works super, super well in here. So it's definitely leaning into the fantasy aspects of the this fantasy race with the green toned skin and everything like that. Oh, also the Joker is not the only one we can go with that. The Hulk also purple and green. So excellent color scheme. The nice kind of bright bluish silver works out really well with it too, and the kind of bleached wood, and again some excellent basing and stuff too. It looked like an excellent unit to have on the battlefield. I'm hoping to see some more for this army. Purple Pie Man from Strawberry Shortcake. I don't think I've ever seen Strawberry Shortcake, so I don't know, but I'm gonna have to look that up later. I'm intrigued. All right, next up as a runner-up we have Go to Nanotech with an excellent fair, I suppose, but with an excellent ancestor. This one was a ton of fun to paint. I did this one for a Colors of Conquest few months ago, and looking really nice. I particularly like the color of the armor of the body on the bottom. Looking really nice. It's just got this really cool old gold and kind of like tarnished green, but like with those kind of maroon undertones. This looks really good. So well done, Nanotech. Let's see who else we got here. All right, Cyberwolf SK with a Mountain Jotunnar. One thing that's really cool about this I love the switched head um from the oh, what is it? The I think they're technically like the same race, like the Jotuns and um the Promethean is where that head's from. And so they took the old mountain Jotnar and replaced the head with this one, and it gives it this like really, I don't know, almost kind of like, as I was gonna say, it's almost too pretty for a mountain Jotnar. But like it's real, it fits so much better than I expected. um and he almost has this like sad look, like he's about to smash something with the club he's got, but he doesn't look happy about it. He looks very somber, I guess is the word. Although I did think it was funny they also used some of the Minotaur heads on the belt loop, which I guess is supposed to just be like cows, quote unquote, or something. But I was like, oof, it's pretty intense. But also the free hand on the shields, though, is phenomenal. Some move south, the weak ones, and the others stay in the north, the better ones. I see. There's no bias in that explanation at all, huh? uh, but yeah, this is a really really excellent kit bash and also excellent painting. So well done, Cyberwolf. All right, next runner up. We're halfway through. None whatsoever. Okay. All right, we have Patafrag, who was in here earlier, um, with some awesome Uroni. Dormaru Damashi, I believe is how you pronounce that. But love the kind of blue gray, almost kind of a slate look to the armor with the kind of palish gold trim. Really works well. Blue and gold is such an excellent color scheme. But then you have this kind of like almost orangish red for the little banners they're flying around and whatnot too. So it kind of gives me this like, it looks like ribbons as opposed to like the scrolls that a lot of people, the like art and stuff is done on. But it definitely looks like ribbons, which is a really cool idea. I really like it a lot. Doing these kind of stark red ribbons, it kind of gives me like, oh, there are characters. There's like a My Hero Academia character that has like tape that he uses, and it kind of reminds me of that a little bit. Um, but yeah, I don't know. It's a really neat idea. I like it a lot. Light contrast is nice. Love the red scrolls. Enhances the sense of motion. Yeah, for sure. I definitely get that. But really nicely done, Patafrag. All right, next up we have Centurion Minis with some of the lovely Minotaurs. Is it Minotaur or Minotaur? I can never tell. But some excellent looking Therians. You got some of that texture into the where the fur patterns are. It's kind of what we were talking about earlier. But I love the crisp and clean um, metallics on these personally, and also the blues that are kind of showing up. Those are really really. This is just such a nice and clean set of figures. Even like the base, like it's not extremely involved. It's not got a lot. It's got some nice groundwork on it, and it's painted really cleanly. This looks like studio stuff you'd see in the studio. You know what I mean? To me, so, really nicely done. It. Let's see. Next up, we just have a few more. Overbite miniatures, back at it again. had for the longest time, like the longest streak of runner up I think I've ever seen. But I take a little time off there. He's organizing this big old tournament in Europe, which looked like it went really well. Um, but back at it again with some awesome weavers. I just love how like, I don't know, just the colors that Overbite uses always just kind of is like a, I'm trying to think, like very punchy colors, if that makes sense. Like they're there and they're very bright and they stick out and in the best way. Yeah, so saturated. Um, but I've seen people do all sorts of kind of funky stuff with these tree folk so far, and I haven't really seen anybody just do kind of like a brown and green, just as a thing. Uh, but this looks really, really nice. This looks like the court of spring is in full bloom. So, and I love the basing on this as always too. I love the funky statue that's buried under there, but just like the mushrooms and stuff too is really cool. So, well done, Overbite. All right, this is not the last one. It's the second to last one. And Seiko with just a big old monster Drake and poor sad little Dwagome Lord on top. I'm not Dargan. I'm not too upset about that, but this ironclad Drake is looking pretty sweet. Love the softness of the eye. Honestly, that's one of the and the fleshy tone around the mouth for me. I really like those a lot. Not biased, yeah. But yeah, looking really cool. Got some nice little like blend effects. Looks like some airbrushing in there and whatnot, and a nice, just like on the armor itself. It's just such a nicely nice and tasteful highlights all over it. Really gives a nice sense of color, and it's just all very, very smooth, very, very well done. So last but certainly not least, because it is the winner of November, we have the maybe unsurprising, I think, is one more Colors of Conquest months than anyone so far this year. Actually, this is well, I guess technically next month is the last one. It's December, but I can recall probably 2 or 3 times at least as one. But Paratazi just blowing it out of the water as always. I am so shocked how much he is able to fit onto a standard size base. It's crazy. I could not imagine trying to play with these things. I maybe should have given a little bit of a warning. If you don't like spiders, this is not the one for you. But this is the Jorogumo. As a badass idea, right? And I, like I said, I did my research. I went and got some detail pictures so we can see some really cool stuff that they did around the base and stuff as well. But Paratazi is just insane with the basing. I've never seen anyone do anything as creative on the basing stuff as Paratazi does. And this particular one, I think, is probably the best they've done this year, in my opinion. And I'll show you why, some of the details here in just a minute. But all the stuff they do is phenomenal. But this in particular really takes the cake. This is a fantastic piece. Without further ado, why don't we take a look at some of the details? So, as you can see here, Paratazi has not only gone above and beyond with some of the basing elements here, but with the freehand. I'm assuming that's freehand. Hold on. Yeah. It looks like freehand. I'd be shocked if it wasn't. But like the pattern, the flower patterns with the petals on the kimono and the almost mathematically precise patterns on the umbrella for the lady playing the shamisen down near the base is insane to me. And not something you would get to viewing the whole piece. It's so big, it's so hard to put into a picture. But again, the glow from the lanterns and stuff too is coming out really well. I love the little elements of just the kind of other little spiders that are all around it. And I did not look up what the translation was for what's on that scroll that she's painting there, but it's I definitely recognize a few characters there, and I think one of them is the character for fire or water. I think I always get those two confused. But I also want to give another heads up that we're going to see a close up of the Jorogumo's spidery face. So as a heads up, here's the other details lots, and you can see a lot more of the pattern on the kimono of the freehand here, but also the eyes on the spider are just so good. The little shine painted on there, and just like you can see how deep those eyes are and still shiny and everything. It's gorgeous. um and I was reading, because I saw this in the Discord as well. If you're not in the Parabellum Discord, you need to get in it. um but they were talking about how they did the spider webs, and I had the thought and wasn't sure if this was the way they did it or not, but I was really close. So there's this stuff called spider serum that you can get. I think it's from Green Stuff World, and you put it in your airbrush and you just spray it on, and it sprays on spider webs basically. And I've used it myself a long time ago, but what they did was actually fairly genius in comparison, because I was always trying to figure out ways to make like long spider webs go across spaces and stuff, and my thought was to use like fishing wire or something, but they had an even better idea, and that was to take cotton balls and, like, like little strands of cotton, and basically just take the strand of cotton and stretch it out and glue it on, and then do the spider serum on top of it. Because this is the way the spider serum stuff works, is it sprays on and it catches things, even the smallest of things. And so it caught those little strands of cotton so you can see them all around, where it's kind of like bunched up, or those little lines are kind of connecting, and that's all just strands of cotton from cotton balls, and then with the serum sprayed on top of it. So absolutely genius. And all the spiders crawling around the house and stuff too, like it's their little babies and things. It's a really nice touch, really, really creepy. But the other thing which I really love about this piece is the two little hands that it has. So it you can see, and it's painted into it, that has these big kind of fluffy brush hands for its two front hands. And in the original model, it's like actively using silk to make a scroll, and it's using its jaws to kind of hold up the scroll, and it's using these two little paintbrush hands to like paint. Well, it doesn't have that because it's like on a building, but you can see there's so much ink on those little brush hands that it's almost like dripping off. You can tell it's like clumped up, like if you were to put a brush in ink, it would clump up towards the bottom, and it's perfectly done there. And you can see it's even like bled into the bristles, that the non-existent bristles that they painted in. It's so well done. This is easily the best one Paratazi's done all year, in my opinion. I mean, and that's a high bar already, but this one just takes the cake. It is absolutely phenomenal. If you want to see the rest of these pictures, go into the Parabellum Discord and check out, and just search for Paratazi. The name is the exact same here on the stream. But they also are, like most of these folks who submit, they're also on Instagram and things like that too. So make sure to check them out if you haven't. But congratulations to all of the amazing painters for this past month, and Paratazi for being the winner again. So that is about going to be it for us today, I think. Almost on time, actually. But I appreciate all of you guys hanging out with me and kind of experimenting as we go through the Gevra Knights color scheme. Not quite finished, but we're pretty close. We got some good fur going on for the Moosin, and a good kind of base for the kind of iridescent black that's going to be looking there. So much good work. It's the reason why I think Conquest models are better just for display models. They are good for display models. They are vastly underrated for it, in my opinion. So thanks for the stream, Walters. Parabellum, your moose and squirrels looking great. Well, I appreciate that. We still got a little ways to go on it, but we'll try to get some pictures up here later on. And if anybody ever has any questions, comments, want some advice or something, again, please check out the Parabellum Discord. There's tons of amazing painters in there that are posting all the time, and feel free to tag me in there too. I'll be happy to help if I can. So But yeah, next month I'm not sure what we're going to be doing, but don't forget to enter Colors of Conquest. If you paint anything, make sure you post it online with the hashtag Colors of Conquest and miniature painting to be entered to win. But also starting on the 26th, the Weaver Quartz specifically miniature painting competition. So make sure you paint some Weaver Quartz and also hashtag Weaver Quartz in there when you do it and tag the Parabellum things. And you can absolutely be entered to win some extra stuff. You might win twice. Who knows? If you paint something, it'll win for both competitions. Why not? But see, think about painting some models for it. Looking forward to seeing you again at Epticon and checking out the Conquest booth. Me too. I'm excited. So, in general for Conquest models, I see. But before we head out, I figured we'd take a look real quick, see if anyone's jamming on some Conquest. Maybe that'd be pretty cool. The miniatures and models categories overtaken with Gunpla, which is not a bad thing. But let's see. Maybe not. There's a lot of people on right now, actually, interestingly. This is typically not a day where there's a whole lot of folks on, but today it seems to be. Well, I suppose we're just gonna roll into someone we know, at the very least. Not sure what they're painting, but sure, why not? They seem to be rolling on some pretty intense stuff. Haven't jumped into Froggy's stream in a while, so why don't we do that? They're painting something blue. That's all I know. So we're gonna go ahead, say hi to Froggy. Everyone peer pressure Froggy into painting some more Conquest. And if you are keen on checking out my stream outside of the Colors of Conquest, then you can find me at Walter's Workshop. Ooh, not ship, shop. But you can find me at Walter's Workshop, and feel free to follow me there and on all the other socials. But I appreciate you all hanging out with me and painting the Gevra Knights, and hopefully we'll get some more of those done soon, and I'm looking forward to seeing you all for Colors of Conquest 2026 next year. See you.